Damn it. I was actually falling asleep at the end.
Damn it.
It was a good decision to go to bed. Take a nap. I'm feeling awake enough. No, yeah, that was actually. Damn it. Must have looked like one of those like puppies or kittens that just like falls asleep and then wakes back up for a second and just goes back to sleep. Uh, Damn, I even had dreams about Riftbound too. It's crazy. It was like, I don't know, some guy that had a some kind of program that he set up that was running millions of dollars of gold trades per day. And then Riftbound. Interesting dreams. Very interesting. So, oh, this is no veggies. Okay, yeah, that's, yeah, recognize him. All right, we got top 16. Let's get the misplay counter up. I've got the VOD up, which I checked game 2 of Victor versus Annie. Looked like Annie bricked out completely, and Victor killed every single unit the Annie played, and it was not even close. 1 versus 9 is very interesting. I don't know how that happens. I thought it would be 1 versus 16, unless this is top 8. But this is top 16? Oh yeah, 7 rounds. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I missed top 16. This is wrong then. And I didn't update my stream title. Shit. Um, Awful. Alright, I'm still waking up. I did basically literally just wake up. Alright, what do we got? Alter to Unity, Master Yi. That can't be Aurora if it's Alter to Unity. That wouldn't make any sense. So that is just a normal Master Yi, mid-range Master Yi. That is a very good matchup against Annie. Have access to Defy for Vi Ride the Wind, as well as Rune Prison potentially. He just picked up his deck to shuffle after they drew opening hand. What happened? Why does he have opening hand drawn already? So he just didn't present his deck. Whoa, this is some suspicious behavior. Speak on Randy getting cheated? Yeah, I did. He got scammed. He should have... He had the win on that match if they just allow him to put the Rasa on the battlefield. And the finals matchup would have been unbelievably free. Because that Ezreal deck is garbage. Literally all he has to do is challenge off the pit crew. Second time you witness Chinese judges doing this? Yeah. That is some suspicious, I need to... Can I clip that far enough back? Hey, what is this? Sandy just draws? I need to pull it up in the VOD. Away from Houston. How well did he do in Houston? I know he made day 2. I don't remember what his final placement was. It's like, Battlefield gets presented, Any player finishes shuffling, E player is checking they didn't sideboard, Any player draws opening hand, Never present a deck. E player is still shuffling. Goes to present their deck. Is like, hey, can I shuffle your deck? And E player's like, I drew my opening hand already. E player's like, what? What do you mean you drew your opening hand already, huh? E player shuffles the opponent's deck. Problem fixed. Alright. Forgot the crash out. Oh yeah, that's this player. Okay, yeah, I remember now. I remember now. Where he slammed down a card to win the game. His opponent conceded, then checked his hand, realized he had defy, and then wanted to rescind the concession. Because it was only and it was unclear. They fist bumped, but it was unclear who initiated the fist bump. And then the head judge went through an entire investigation and then rescinded the concession. I think I can quote the head judge saying that is paraphrase the head judge saying that is not what Riot intended, not the kind of environment that Riot intended, something like that. Anti-stacking. Okay. Nice play. Though this does give information away that he doesn't have counterplay to a master you getting accelerated out. What's going to happen here then? We've got two white flame protectors. Just make it 0/0. The Yi did tap out, which he didn't have anything else to do. He could have represented buff spells. There was a battlefield open. But it's not like it was that punishing. Like his unit getting gusted and then the altar getting taken, not a big deal. But this hand sucks. This is not a good hand. It might have been a better idea to not play Wielder. He should go to Zon Warrens first. He should not make this play. He should definitely go to Zon Warrens first before doing this. To try to draw out of this. Try to find like a Defy or a Fey Folk or something. Because you can't be scared here. I mean, first of all, oh no, you would be the attacker? No, this is still a 5. There's no reason to be scared with this Wielder of Water attack. There is no Ride the Wind play against Wielder of Water. I don't think I've ever seen a player with a point tracker like that be a good player. It's two White Flames is really bad. I don't know why he's keeping double White Flame Protector. Like, even if you're not playing the Poro this turn, I don't think you ever keep 2 White Flame Protectors in hand. Maybe it's not a misplay. Let's see how it plays out. Maybe I'm being too quick to call that one a misplay. It is a misplay to have not gone to Zonwarns first. With one of his units. Oh, the upside down rune too. Disgusting. Hate to see that. Where'd I put the VOD? Did I close? Where did I put the other? Damn it. Okay. Recovered. Any player gives bad vibes. Yeah. I don't know, that drawing opening hand thing is pretty weird to me. What does this stack deck look at? Vi, Merchant, Darius, looks like. What did they do? So, they were doing pre-game actions, shuffling deck, making sure they weren't sideboarded. Any player finishes shuffling, draws his opening hand, while Yi player is still checking that he's not sideboarded. Yi player finishes shuffling, presents his deck. Any player picks it up to be shuffled. Yi player's like, can I shuffle your deck? Any player's like, I already drew my opening hand, bro. And then, like... And then... Um... Has to back up and reshuffle his deck. Houston, Orlando. Yeah. Okay. We've got the White Flame Protector down. That is going to go in for 10 against 3 open runes. This was another Darius stack. Interesting. Is this how you're supposed to play the matchup? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because of Altar to Unity that he's playing this way? I am a little bit curious. I don't know if the White Flame Protector should have gone to Zonwarns either. Maybe not, because of if Rebuke happens like this, they can't Annie pick up Rebuke. Interesting, they have 1 buff token, but not 1 for the Pit Rookie. This seems wrong. Really bad matchup? Yeah, it is. But this seems weird to me. The Pit Rookie being at Zonwar. I guess... I mean, the White Flame Protector pushes... That Wielder of Water trade was pretty good. Thinking about it more, but I think Pit Rookie should have gone to Zonwarns first still. I still think that I'll call that a misplay. Poo-poo on Ezreal? Yes. Pretty much. Did lose one game where the opponent went double card sharp. Kai'Sa took the gold both times, and then double blue Ornn. Alan said that the Kai'Sa missed lethal, which I did not see, but is possible. I couldn't tell what the Kai'Sa had in hand exactly. It didn't look like they had enough to push through double Ornn. So unless it was, I don't think it was it? I don't think it was ever single Ornn. I mean, the Kai'Sa played Time Warp directly into a hard bargain, which that was bad. When I think the Ezreal showed, I don't know if the Ezreal showed hard bargain game 1. I mean, I guess the Yi's doing his job. Like, he's limiting the points from Annie. Pick up Ride the Wind. Cleave Darius. Every set 1 Kaisa deck when you build Ezreal? Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you build the Pit Crew deck. I mean, he didn't even find the Pit Crew combo. He found it, like, he didn't find it game 1. He found a Cull early, which he had equipped to his Ezreal. Then he found Pit Crew, but he never found Boots of Swiftness. And since the Cull was attached to his Ezreal, he could never do anything. And it got shot anyway immediately. Game 2, he never found the Pit Crew. He found the other cards, which did help to make his Blue Ornn big. And fortunately, he Mind Splittered away the only Thermo Beam from the opponent's sideboard. And then game 3, he just got completely rolled. What do we do here? This is incorrect, I think. Does it matter? It does matter. No, this should always be the White Flame to the Darius first. Because if the opponent Ride the Winds across, there's no reason to lose your Pit Rookie before you go Master Yi over top. Like, the opponent shouldn't. Like, this isn't really a misplay because it's a terrible play for the Annie to Ride the Wind here, most likely. And just let Master Yi come in over top of the Darius. But there isn't a reason that the Pit Rookie should die and leave this opening. And updated rules, you can now, I guess, any battlefield trigger, you have the full turn cycle to remember. So he gets this on Warren's trigger. Which I guess actually... No, the Kaisa missed a Lonely Poro trigger. No, there was a player... Victor that missed. Yeah, it was in this... This was the first match. The first game of the first match today. Which I managed to stay awake for, barely. Where the Victor missed his on Warren's trigger and his opponent allowed it because it was... but it was a turn later in that case. It was on the opponent's turn. Oh, he's got a great hand now. Okay, hand is fixed. He just discarded Discipline. His hand is that good. I'm surprised he keeps... Or no, he must have just drawn the Kiana. But yeah. I mean, that is why... Probably correct to make your opponent take Zonwarns. Because they might just have a really good hand like this, where the discard makes their hand worse. And at minimum, most hands should give you information when they discard something as well. Even if they still get slightly improved. And you never know if your opponent is just actually forgot about it or if they're intentionally trying to avoid it. Unless it's a deck that specifically needs Zonwarns, then, like, don't give Zonwarns triggers to Annies, I guess. To a Scrap Heap deck. But yeah, this is reasonable. So Annie needs to get to 6, and then get to 8. Through Rune Prison, Discipline, Defy. Is that second Rebuke drawn? That's pretty good for getting to 6. That is... Wait. He picked up Ride the Wind, right? Where's the Rebuke? Motherfucker. Where'd this Rebuke come from? Or did he pick up Rebuke? No, he picked up Rebuke. Okay, no, there was no Ride the Wind ever. He just had Ride the Wind. Okay, alright, I'm tired. Still. Focus up. He sends 6 to 4. Opponent will go for the Discipline. To trade everything. That's interesting. Because you know when they discard a Discipline, they have another one. I'm surprised this didn't get sent as 7. Like Kaisa plus Annie or something. I mean, no, yeah, that's the one of Rebuke that got picked up by Annie. Makes sense. And then he couldn't Rebuke the White Flame Protector because, again, Yi would go in over top. I think that's an Annie misplay. I don't know why he didn't send 7 against 4.
Beefy guys, it's kind of hard to run them over, you know, especially if you don't have any Dariuses anymore, you know? He used 2 already, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love these like I like the non-Aurora Yi for a reason. All those like they look like small bodies, and then the moment they're defending, they aren't small bodies anymore. And you have Kiana, you have so many cool different cards to play into this. It looks like we are going to be sending out that 5 Might Vayne here.
What?
Wait, what?
No, he's not playing it. He's talking to the judge right now. They're just doing like a little thing. That's all.
What's happening?
I don't know. I can't read their lips.
He had 2 Zonwarns triggers this game, did he?
So we did get a different judge, though, it looks like.
Or did he have 1?
Oh. He is doing 2.
Okay, not sure what happened there. Let's check. How did that Vayne get in there? Did I close the... Why do I keep closing the VOD? First Darius, second Darius, stack deck Rebuke. Conquers with Cleave, discards Vayne. Second day. Okay, I don't know what that judge call was about. Accelerate Kaisa out. What is the play here? We have 11 runes. We have the Rune Prison in hand, so we can beat Ride the Wind, so we defy this flash. We get in, we get this Conquer, we take the draw, I'm assuming. We play Yi, so we're down 1 rune. Is that 2 charms in hand now? I guess we discard one of them, that's not a useful card anymore. Wonder if there was a... Wasn't really a time to play Charm, ever. That was safe. It's just so risky against Fight or Flight. Okay, nice hand. Oh, no, it was what, the first charm? Alright. So yeah, the Yi one misplay was just sequencing, not conquering Zonwarns before playing Find Your Center. And the Annie misplay was sending 6 into that Pit Rookie. I think... Yeah, everything else I'm just not sure about the matchup. Like whether it was better to put White Flame Protector in base or on battlefield, and whether it was better to play the Wielder of Water or Find Your Center. I'm assuming he even had Find Your Center in hand on turn 2. Because he could have gone Pit Rookie plus Find Your Center turn 2 instead of Wielder plus Pit Rookie turn 2, if he had it. But yeah, not looking like a close matchup. And then post sideboard, and he gets to bring in 3 rebukes total, +2 from sideboard. And yeah, the way this guy shuffles is also kind of weird. He is not shuffling the bottom set of cards of his deck. He's picking up the top half of his deck and then shuffling it through the bottom 80%. Or the top 80% of the second half. And then those bottom, like, 4 or 5 cards are not getting changed, not getting moved. And also the way he shuffles, he could very easily be looking at the cards that he's shuffling. Because he's shuffling basically vertically. Maybe even, yeah, like vertically, and then need to look at his hand and arm position. Three cleaves on the bottom. I see a Poro, a Gust, a Flash, a Rebuke, another Gust, a Fight or Flight, and another couple 2-drops, and another Rebuke. And then, was that 3 cleaves altogether? Middle part? I mean, like, we can see this on the camera. Even if he's not cheating, like, this is... I mean, he's not looking towards him. It looks like he's looking to the side as he shuffles. And that was better, at least. He was more so shuffling the bottom cards. Like, maybe the bottom 1 card of his deck didn't move. But yeah, look at this. Look at this. Arm way to the side. Facing forward. Camera can't see anything. Which is presumably in line, approximately, with the players' heads. Vilemaws after Altered Unity. Interesting. Unsleeved Battlefields. Yep. Looks like it. Red Draven. Okay. It's the mulligan. Pouty Poro. Okay. Gets rid of Fight or Flight. Pouty. What the hell? I'm not trying to be, like, nitpicky. It's just, after what happened before game 1, where he draws his opening hand off of a deck that he never presented to his opponent, then it's like, have to be extra suspicious of everything. Now, Ride the Wind is not a bad draw. Unfortunately, Vilemaws Lair means that he's going to have to sacrifice the card if he wants to get all the moves. Oh, he's got a sneaky deckhand. Yeah, we're fine. We chuck the... It's a bit early for the Draven. Maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Do you just play the... Are you just playing the Draven next turn? You're on 3 points, you play Draven? That might just be what happens. Normally, Kaisa is the best card in this deck. Hey, Perfy. How's it going? What should you play for Spirit Forged? Draven? Oh yeah, and this is a thing, actually, chat asking about arenas going first. I think in bad matchups specifically, you're supposed to bring the arenas when you go second to balance out your odds. especially against Master Yi, because Master Yi is so favored when he goes first. And in addition to that, he lost game 1, so he's going to need to lose to win both games. That's the other thing. If he won game 1, then he'd bring arenas when he goes first, and then just try to win that game and just sacrifice the other game. Ezreal, Kai'Sa, or Lux. Ezreal is good, just don't play the Pit Crew version. Do we have any way to break into these battlefields? I see a Discipline. Do we lead with a Sabotage first, so that we try to be safe against any kind of gust, so then we can draw our cards off of the Discipline? It seems like the safe play, and then we get to save Defy for something better. Opponent discarding a Kai'Sa is a bad sign, because I think even in this matchup, that's still a higher value card. Draven lost a regional. So we're going to see there's nothing stopping our Discipline push, which is very good for us. So then we have to think opponent's next turn could be the Draven. Otherwise, their next turn looks pretty bricked. Like, they don't even have a spell to bring back with Annie. Taking the Ride the Wind is good value. If you're concerned about the Vi Ride the Wind combo, because then that's one Ride the Wind on the bottom of their deck that they can't find. But Cleave on Dreaming Tree is really good value overall. Like if they top deck into a Kai'Sa or a Darius, they can just send that back out with the Cleave over your Pit Rookie and draw the card. No, they wouldn't draw the card with Darius, but... I'm assuming this merchant was the draw off of the Zonwarn's discard. So his hand was Kai'Sa, Ride, Draven, Axe. I think that is a thing that I've heard Annie players mention, where that's upside down. They intentionally discard Ride the Wind early to prevent it from getting sabotaged. Because he also really would have liked to have the Kai'Sa. To go for this Accelerate plus Cleave. And now, yeah, you know opponent has no units in hand. And there's no way that that merchant was in hand when the Kai'Sa discard happened. I'm gonna go back and double check, though. No, there was no, yeah. Yeah, but it is surprising with Kai'Sa Cleave that he wouldn't play for it. Rip runes, yes, but rip opponent's units. You can get the runes back when your opponent scores 0 points on turn 3. Is that another sabotage drawn? Pit Rookie. Alright. Reasonable. You know your opponent has Cleave, so you don't want to hold. At least with small units like this. It's a Vi? Is that a second Draven that got drawn? That looks like a second Draven. But now Deadbloom Predator is getting threatened. And your opponent if you play this Draven, your opponent just knows. I think it'd be better, wouldn't it be better to stack double Draven? Put Vi down. Like, this doesn't work. Because a Pit Rookie trades off the Merchant, and then you still get Deadbloom Predatored. Is this representing Flash? I'm surprised to not see the second Draven come down. and potentially just stack both of them. Because then they're both 6. Your opponent can put Yi here and Charm, but then you have Cleave. I don't know why second Draven didn't get played. Because the thing too, you played these cards. He knew about the Merchant. He didn't know about the Vi. So he knows your exact hand. Whereas if you play the Draven, then you can at least represent something. Now that, yeah, this isn't any misplay, I think. I don't see why he played the one unknown card. Going to Pittsburgh. When is that? I mean, yeah, this is Cleave Draven. Your opponent knows your exact hand. No, that's a huge misplay. The 2 Dravens stacked together are safe against Deadbloom, safe against White Flame, safe against Charm. I don't know why he wouldn't have played that and then put Merchant in his base. March 14 to 15th. Have not planned anything for it yet. I guess that is really close after the regionals, so probably not a good idea to wait and see how the regionals go before going or committing to it. I don't know, need to look into it. Not going to do that today, but I'll write that down. Don't send the other pit rookie forward. Why? We know opponent... We know we took away a Ride the Wind from the opponent. I guess he has a spell-heavy hand that he wants to protect units with after this turn, and he's expecting the White Flame Protector gets rebuked, so he wants to keep this Pit Rookie safe. Maybe this is fine. I guess the other thing, if Pit Rookie goes here, and Vi goes over this Pit Rookie, and opponent has Rebuke for this White Flame, I mean, it'd have to be double Rebuke, because your Yi still goes over top. Not sure. Mr. Raven is still in hand. I think this game is extremely different if the 2 Dravens get stacked together. Like, White Flame Protector probably still happens, and Pit Rookie trades one of them off. And then Draven holds, moves back, 4. The other Pit Rookie has to go here. Gets gusted. Merchant goes in. Go to 5. Have a huge Draven in base. Maybe cycle the Cleave along the way. Put down Annie. Have Annie plus Draven in base. 5 points to 4. Opponent only has 1 unit. Ooh, that's an illegal play by the Annie. Did he add the card to his hand? Because yeah, that's an illegal play. He did add the card to his hand, but he did not shuffle it. And that's on camera. So that's fine. He should... I don't think his opponent should get to take a card from his hand, to pick a card from his hand. That is very unfortunate, though. That card was a rebuke, and it is now shuffled away. And the Yi knows there's a Gust in hand now, too. E player on top of things. That stack deck is a big problem, though. I mean, I guess he has to just defy. Like, we're just... Go in, charm the Draven in, defy. I mean, I guess you take the cleave, so that... I know, he already triggered Dreaming Tree, so it doesn't matter. Like, you're playing defy on whichever one of these spells gets played. Because you can't allow him to stack deck and find a rebuke. So it doesn't really matter. Like, you might as well take the stack deck. You should take the stack deck, actually, so that that's not available for Annie to pick up. That is the better decision. You take stack deck, put it on the bottom, White Flame goes over, charm in the Draven, cleave gets played, you defy it. Wipe the opponent's board, you're up 5 points to 4. Annie has no hand. Can play Annie, can't even pick up a stack deck, picks up either a Gust or a Cleave, plus a top deck. Yeah, this is incorrect. How many hours did I sleep? 2.5. Did he draw from a denied Gust? Yeah, Dreaming Tree draws anyway. That's correct. Go to 5 points, we drop the Wielder of Water in base. But yeah, now Annie can pick up stack deck, and the Annie player has a chance. Because the stack deck is in discard. Oh wait, no, he took the stack. Wait, he took the stack. What am I doing, man? He took the stack deck. Ah, I literally am not witnessing reality. Wait, no, he didn't take the stack deck. He didn't take the stack deck. No, he took the cleave. And then opponent played stack deck and he defied it. And now stack deck is there for Annie to play. Game is still over, though. But no, I think Annie had a real chance in this game if it was second Raven down together with the first one. Very real chance with that and a Merchant in base. And then if the same White Flame Protector play happens, one of the Ravens gets traded off. The Pit Rookie with a buff goes to the other battlefield to stop Merchant, gets gusted. And then, yeah, things look great. Oh, that's GG. Very winnable game for the Annie. Alright. Let's go back, check the VOD. There's this top 16 match, Villionaire playing on stream. Oh, and it's an Annie versus Yi. Great. Just keep the same counter, don't need to do anything. MTG Pro Tour sleeves. Did I play against this guy? I feel like I played against this guy. No, I got him. Annie? Maybe not. No, I didn't play against this guy at the PPG. Damn. We are just on nothing. there a Kaisa? Coco Lopez. I don't know any of these people. Is that a second sneaky deckhand or is that a Kaisa? Looks Kaisa shaped. Yep, Kaisa, go to 3, pull off of Zon Warrens. Top deck, find your center. Opponent's going to be going second and be on 5 when the Aurora comes down. This is a reasonable spot. Now we're on 5 points only. He got the Zon Warrens, he discards Scrap Heap. So we're just setting up a base. I'm curious if this flash should come down now. Or does he have a solution for Deadbloom Predator in hand? Let's just look. Void Seeker, Darius, second Darius. That looks like another Poro. Why did he not play that? He's holding up a Void Seeker in case E comes out? This is weird. Because you do want to save Flash. If the opponent doesn't hit Deadbloom Predator, then it's way better for you to get Kaisa forward and flash her back. Potentially along with the Merchant. I feel like something's wrong here, though. Like, this might have needed to be Darius getting developed, so you can go second Darius next turn. Alright, opponent's only going to 9 runes. Yeah, I feel like... What would you play? You'd play Darius, you go to 7. You play Darius 2-drop, send a double Darius over Deadbloom. Kaisa goes here. And then you have Flash. Flash is not reliable in this matchup, though. See how it plays out. That's an easy 7 points. It's also kind of surprising they bring Aspirant's Climb, actually. Because they're on the switchboard plan. Maybe Annie can outvalue? Because they switch into a mid-range E, and you would think that it might be better. I don't know. I mean, I'd trust them, like, if they're doing this. Why aren't we Kaisa conquering first? Oh, we have a Scrap Heap. Okay, sure. Just triple Scrap Heap game 1. Not a misplay if you already had the perfect discard in hand. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, would it be better to sacrifice game 1 completely because it's so bad? And save Aspirant's Climb? For one of the post-sideboard games where you switch into mid-range? Maybe Aspirant's Climb still isn't as good as Sigil. Let's Ride the Wind taken. Taken very quickly. Got a Darius. Maybe we pull back the deckhand and then we have Flash. Maybe we should Flash back on our own turn. Because if the opponent has Defy, which is much more likely when they missed on every single ramp spell, we're not going to Flash in response to the Sabotage either. Interesting. The Ride the Wind always has to get taken anyway, but I think this flash should have gotten played on the Annie's turn. I think that's I think that can be called a misplay. It's a backup match. Alright, I'll move this over. I don't think there's any reason for that flash to have been held. I guess it baits a Defy, but what if your opponent has several Defies? Is there anything he doesn't want to discard? He can discard the Kaisa that's in his hand. Because this denies the Deadbloom Predator entry. So opponent has to accelerate out Yi to get on both battlefields. And you get 6 might. So like if we compare... Like let's say the opponent has 2 Defies and they're deciding between whether they want to defy the flash or they want to defy a fight or flight. It's 6 might difference, plus the merchant trigger, so 7 might. And the fight or flight is worth 8, so it's very similar. And then if you ever get the Kaisa, and you get another merchant trigger, so it is effectively 8 might of difference. If you believe Vi can ever actually make it to a combat, which maybe that you don't count that for the math. So it's 6 against 8. But you get the extra value of denying Deadbloom Predator flips, and forcing the opponent to accelerate out Yi if they want to get on battlefield. But that fight or flight being taken is a lot of info. I think that means opponent doesn't have Defy at all. So there's no punish for this anyway. It's not really a misplay. So we have Charm, we have Challenge. We can charm the Darius. I guess it's better to charm Kaisa and challenge. No, it doesn't make a difference. No, it does make a difference that if the Darius triggers, then challenge will just kill you. What's the hand look like? Bayfolk, Charm, Charm, Discipline, Discipline, Challenge. And can't tell what the second card from the right is. It's just too many units. Even if you killed 3 of them, it's not good enough. That's a catalyst. You do know the opponent doesn't have Defy off of them taking the fight or flight, but I don't think you can ride the wind still. I don't think this is worth it. whatever this plan is. What is it? Ride the Wind Darius forward? 11 to 8? None of these plays are safe. I don't think this was necessary. Hmm. Then we challenge instead of allowing the conquer. And then playing Master Yi over top. I guess we're gonna hold as many runes open as possible. Does he have the win? I guess opponent doesn't have Defy. He has Annie pick up Ride the Wind via Ride the Wind. If the Yi went over the Kaisa, there'd be one rune remaining. I mean, there's a one Zonwarn's draw for the Defy. Oh, we got a judge call. He flipped the unit into his base. Okay, no. This is Darius should have triggered, but it was 7 against 8. He flipped the unit into his base. That's where he wanted to play it. Draws another Ride the Wind. Okay. So what are we doing? We stack deck and look for a Rebuke? We can't afford to double Rebuke now with Annie? Which Ride the Wind cost that. Nine runes would make Rebuke immediately winning. I'm not sure. I mean, what, you know your opponent doesn't have Defy. He doesn't have any ramp spells, so his hand is all spells and units. Does he have enough for the Vi? He should go to Zonwarns first, shouldn't he? Like, Merchant to Zonwarns, take 2 discards? He should not... If he kills this Fey Folk, that's definitely a mistake. I think this is unlosable as long as you don't give the Fey Folk draw. So you don't have enough? Like, Merchant goes here, plus 2 cards in trash. Go to like 10 cards in trash, and then you can Ride the Wind Vi here. Man, I don't know the exact number. But 11 cards in trash is enough. This goes to 14, you have 18. Plus the drawn Fighter Flight, plus the stack deck. I mean, you get Rune Prisoned. I'm gonna Ride the Wind now. He's 11 cards in trash already. I think the only card he should be worried about is Rune Prison. Which then... I mean, the Kai'Sa Ride the Wind, that did tax the opponent. And you do say... Like, the Kai'Sa Ride the Wind was fine, I think. But I think this Merchant to Zonwarns would have been way better. Or start with stack deck. I mean, this just loses to Rune Prison right now? I don't know. I think Annie should have had a guaranteed win here through Rune Prison. Like, this is board state, start of turn. And let's say the Kai'Sa Ride the Wind was the correct play. Which it looked like it might have been. So we're on 8 runes, we have this board. Stack deck, Vi Ride the Wind. I got 10 cards in trash, start of turn, I think. So Vi is 14. Vi Ride the Wind is 14. 15, 16. We just need to find a solution to Rune Prison. And we know opponent does not have Defy, for a fact. I don't think Vi Ride the Wind ever works then, does it? Like, I think you can't win a combat against these units on this battlefield if there's a Rune Prison there. Like, just Rune Prison plus Discipline. And you can't win this turn with Vi Ride the Wind. So the only way you win is if you find 2 of Fight or Flight or Rebuke. So you should always start with either stacked deck or the Merchant move to Zonwarns. Because the play the Annie made literally loses to Rune Prison. Like, if we just look at this board state here. Fight or Flight happens on the Mountain Drake. These units all die to the Fey Folk, which is now 10 might. Everything gets recycled, Vi moves across. Like, however much. Gets Rune Prisoned. And fails. Bounces off. Oh no, like, yeah, Fight or Flight draw... Wait, he had 8. So he did have enough. No, yeah, Merchant here, yeah, that's an enemy misplay. Should have been Merchant here because if you draw... no, he had 8 runes, yeah. So if he draws a single Rebuke or Fight or Flight, he can play it, play Annie, replay it. Kick out both units, and then walk in. And knowing the opponent doesn't have Defy, they can't stop Fight or Flight. No, yeah, that's definitely suboptimal by the Annie. He has 2 draws with the Merchants on Warrens. And then after that, he can stack deck, but then that only doesn't find anything. So you do that. If you can't find a Fight or Flight or a Rebuke, then you need to go to the backup plan, which is going for the Vi, which loses to Rune Prison. Because you can't give the opponent another turn. You still have to try to win, because you can't win the game through Rune Prison anymore after you miss that turn. Opponent's going to stack at least 3 units on the battlefield. And it doesn't matter if they tap out, because it's going to be like E accelerated onto Zon Warrens and then Aurora unit on either battlefield. No, you know that the unaccelerated Kaisa is coming here. And probably in addition to that, you know that the opponent has some kind of spell backup for this accelerated Kaisa. Because they know you're going to play Master Yi this turn. On 8 runes, go down to 7, go back up to 9. Or a Dead Bloom Predator, actually, because you switch out of Aurora. Which I guess I do wonder, should it be Master Yi here to save a rune? And then you have a Defy backup, and you have Zhonya's in hand? I mean, maybe Annie does this with nothing. Annie might still have to do this with nothing in hand. But what punishes Yi going in first? I think your runes are more valuable than the opponent's, with triple Dead Bloom Predator in hand. I mean, you get rebuked, you do tax them with Deflect. Hmm. And what punishes Yi instead? Opponent goes to 6 runes and can Darius Cleave over top? But if you go to the Merchant first, then you don't need to defy a Fight or Flight. And then Darius Cleave, you can defy the Cleave. Not sure. Draws another Rebuke. Aura Fading Memories. Interesting. That is anti-Aurora, but it's still not useless when they get out of Aurora. Does he have... Yeah, it's probably Fading Memories this, and then Rebuke whatever goes after Kaisa. Exactly enough runes for it. And the one extra rune from the Yi play would have really mattered. I don't know what would have punished it. Because you could even hide Zhonya's instead. And then let the Darius cleave kill your Yi, and then push back. You either... I mean, what? Yeah, I don't know what would have punished Yi going onto the Merchant instead. Because if you get rebuked, you're up a rune. Opponent's up a rune too. But if you're up a rune, then you can defy this Fade Memories. Oh, opponent's out of purple. Did they... No, they only had 2 purple. So the triple purple they spent on the first rebuke was incorrect. Think about Ornn. Not good enough. Like, even though Draven is good, I should not be having, like, a 50-50 matchup, or like, even close to 50-50 matchup against a weaker player. And then I just do. I think that costs the Annie the game, right? Because if he had the rebuke runes, he rebukes this, goes to 6. Pulls back Kaisa, goes to 3 runes. I guess his hand just sucks. He just doesn't have any small units to play. Might still be hard. I do feel like this game... might have been unlosable if it was Yi played as the first unit instead of Deadbloom. Because then the Fading Memories doesn't happen. But things are still looking very good. I mean, it does look like he waited to play the Yi until opponent was not going to get to 6 runes for a Darius Cleave. Is this like Deadbloom Predator, gank Yi across, go to 4, hide as Zhonya's? Clockwork Keeper instead, sure. Clockwork Keeper draw. Draw into a challenge. And the vertical Ornn just loses to if the opponent has enough sideboard cards for it. Go for Charm instead of Challenge. Oh, there's still no purple. Yeah, opponent's on 7 red, 5 purple. Recycling the triple purple for first rebuke was really bad. Because yeah, if there was rebuke here, it would still be a good spot for the Annie. There's only 6 runes left, so Yi would get rebuked and wouldn't be able to be replayed. And then it would be panic, because this Clockwork Keeper's gonna have to hold against the Darius Cleave. Against the Darius double cleave, so Defy doesn't work. Love the misplay count. It's pretty good. not entirely objective because I don't have perfect information on their hands. But I'm at least trying to only add things that I think are misplays and not things that I'm not sure about. But the Yi instead of Deadloom Predator, I can't think of anything that would punish it. When the opponent's going to 6 runes and then sure they can Darius Cleave and you defy it. So then you still end up in the same situation where you spent 2 runes and go back to 8. And I guess that is a bit worse. Like, is the opponent, if they have Darius Cleave and Rebuke, they're supposed to let the Yi in? Maybe. This challenge doesn't work. Oh wait, no, it does. This is a 7. He didn't play Cleave. Okay, no, we're good, we're good. I was thinking, like, this was a challenge onto a Darius that had been cleaved in his 10 might. Now we're fine. Go to 6. Should it have been Darius Cleave instead? Wouldn't have mattered. I see her in prison. Okay, this looks over. Rin Prison gets played. Rebuke gets played. Now we scoop it up. Yeah. Still waiting on CCS top 4. What's the hand? Rebuke, Ride the Wind, Merchant. Put down Poro before Merchant. What's the idea here? We're playing Darius turn 2 unless we draw something better. Merchant gives an extra draw to try to find Kai'Sa. Maybe we're not even playing Kai'Sa. We have Rebuke. Why not play Kai'Sa? Not sure why this Poro got played first. Just inferior unit. To Ride the Winds. Poro, play Darius, hold up Rebuke. Here it's much more reasonable to want to play Deadbloom Predator first because the Darius is already in play. So now you're in a spot where it's just Cleave plus any activator that causes problems for you. Any deck that has a good matchup into Draven, not sure yet. I mean, plenty of decks have good matchups into bad Dravens, but into good Dravens, it's hard. So we got a Poro, Pit Rookie, a Deadbloom Predator, a Defy, and I think that's a Charm. We have Defy for Cleave. Opponent's going to have 6 runes, though. Yeah, and I think that this is the spot where you have to Deadbloom Predator, and then you're going to get rebuked and just be in a ton of trouble. But this spot, to note, this spot is different from last game, because opponent went first, and they already have the Darius in play. Like, it's actually crazy, the first player advantage. We were in the exact same spot in game 2, except that I guess the Annie player had a Kai'Sa accelerated out instead. Actually, no, it was basically the exact same spot. But it was a Kai'Sa accelerated out instead of a Darius. And there was also a Valmaz lair involved. We're not even going to Rebuke. We're going to cheese a point. We go to 3. We go to 4. And pull back and save the Rebuke. Okay. Save the Rebuke, save our runes. It's a lot of merchant triggers we could have had, that one of which would have discarded this Poro. I think I'm going to count that as a misplay. I don't understand why the Poro got played first. He already had the turn 2 play with Darius, so he never needed this 2-drop. Wow, and it really was a Kaisa, one card deeper. That's actually crazy. So if he played the Merchant first, on turn 2 it would have moved up, discarded the Poro, drawn into this Kaisa. Kaisa gets accelerated out. Then he immediately goes to 3, he rebukes the Dead Bloom, goes to 5, pulls back. Huge punish. Be 5 points to 1, and the Dead Bloom Predator doesn't get an entry. And then opponent goes to 8 runes, there's no units on battlefields, and what does he do? He either lets you go to 7, or he has to accelerate out a Yi. Crazy. That Windwall draw is insane, though. I can now charm the Darius in. Z-Deck just... Villionaire isn't making misplays, but he just doesn't have any agency either. Like, when has he had a decision to make? There was, like, game 1 where he had the double charm plus challenge hand, where he had to choose to play his removal spells instead of playing a unit. Prioritize deflect? Yeah, I don't know, the deflect doesn't make any sense. Like, the job of the merchant is to discard excess 2-drops. Primarily. It's a very suspicious charm. Normally this charm, I don't think charm would ever be possible to be played without a sabotage happening first. So the fact that this happens does Draven worse than Kaisa? No. Draven players in China probably worse than that Kaisa player. Like I could say that of the players on stream, that Kaisa player was the second best after Randy. You just go for the Ride the Wind again. Ride the Wind to base. Is this worth a defy? It is worth a defy. Now we have 6 runes remaining, so we can't play both of our 2-drops. Oh, we are stuck. Opponent knows we have Windwall. It's a good read by the Annie to not go for that rebuke. A worse Annie player goes for the rebuke and gets Windwalled, and then is in a quite bad position. Kaisa gets a Conquer now. Wonder if it was better to charm Darius over Kaisa. I'm not sure about that one. This merchant is still in hand. Alright, we're actually missing the gameplay. Top 4 started. Annie Mirror. Oh. Coco Lopez. Yeah, that sure is him. So what was this? Why did the rear guard not go in? Turn 1 rear guard. Turn 1 deckhand on Reavers. Turn 2 Kaisa. Rear guard doesn't go in over the deckhand? Or did it? Wait, how does he end up on 1 point? Wait, what? This is a Kaisa. This isn't even an Annie Mirror. Wait. How does Kaisa have 1 point? Rearguard on Zon? Then it would have died. Checking the tapes.
Leech and rear guard.
Damn, defy or stupefy Falling Star. Do the combat first, attacks a card. Annie's hand looking unplayable. Oh no, it was rear. Okay, rear guard pushed back the deckhand pushed back the rear. Okay, no, what am I talking about? Yeah, we're all good. All right, no, everything happened normally. And now Kaisa gets the 5 points, pulls back, and Annie can't really win anymore. Two merchants and a Poro and a Darius. 5 runes. He only had Ride the Wind in his hand to protect Kaisa. Is that an Annie misplay? To have sent Kaisa to Zon Warrens and the deckhand to Reaver's Row? Kaisa lists that one China. Looks like it loses to Irelia and Ferris Forerunner. Also loses if it doesn't draw Lecturing Yordle consistently every game. I don't know if that's a misplay from the Annie to not send. It's close. I'll put it as half a misplay. I think if your only spell to protect Kaisa is a Ride the Wind, you shouldn't be relying on the 2 draws from Zon Warrens plus Kaisa Conquer to find you something to protect her. That's crazy that his hand is this bad after 2 stack decks, though. Playing rearguard? Yep. I don't think it's an unreasonable one-of. Maybe, no, in set 1 it probably is an unreasonable one-of. Goes on 3 rearguards? Well, that's just crazy. What is he not playing? Watchful Sentry? That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it has Accelerate. But you're gonna run out of cards in the Kaisa Mirror. And now the Scrap Heap shows up. I wonder what he took with stack decks. Like, one of them took the Kaisa. I guess the second one took Ride the Wind. I still don't know why he's not going to Reaver's Row. Okay, so Reaver's Row, yep. Take a card. Now we pick one of our 15 different ways to push this Kaisa off. Could be a Watcher in base, send 2 units. How many runes are we on? 8, I think? Yeah, we're on 8 runes. That is a bit of an awkward number. We could send 2 units and then just cleave if the Kaisa tries to do anything, or if the Annie tries to do anything. What do we have? Like a 2-drop a Darius and a Watcher for units? We are on 6. Yeah, we don't even need to push. That is true. We could just play Darius in base, play 2-drop in base, and pass. Forgot we're this far ahead. That we don't need to do anything. Change in Chinese Kaisa list. Lots of things. Cleave in. If you know your opponent's not playing Falling Stars, this is reasonable because it taxes them, or it just gets the Kai'Sa. And you know they were missing a spell to save Kai'Sa before, when they had to play Ride the Wind. Hey, Orisk, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, if you know opponent is not on Falling Star, then there's no reason not to do this. Worst case scenario, you get a flash or a fight or flight out of them. Best case scenario, you kill their Kai'Sa and just go to 7. Off to India, nice. 3 Kai'Sa, 2 Watcher. 3 Kai'Sa. That's pretty crazy. Is George in top 4? Oh, did George not even make top 16? Damn, bubbled out of top 16.
So I don't know.
Yeah, this is over. Didn't see what the stack deck choices were. I'm assuming it was take Kai'Sa and then take Ride the Wind. I'm gonna upgrade the not going to Reaver's Road to a full misplay with a hand of that quality. Not really. It's not like it mattered. He was still gonna get Stupefy Falling Starred regardless and just die. I don't think there was any way for him to win. Well, no, if he doesn't play Ride the Wind, he goes to 6 runes. And then he can go for like a Darius Cleave. Share link to standings. There aren't any live standings for the playoffs. These are only standings at the end of Swiss. So I mean, these are the top 16 players. That's all that I have. Did he play a second card for that Darius? I think so. He played like a Cleave or something? Yeah, he played like a Cleave. Pairings on the CCS site. Okay. Share the Swiss, sure. Alright, what are we playing around here as Kai? So we got a Watcher accelerated, and then every single one of our units pushes over, and we think we have a second Cleave. Still would have been really hard. Like you get like just Falling Start on the Kai'Sa, or you get Stupefy Falling Start so that Kai'Sa keeps their Kai'Sa safe on Reavers, and then you Darius Cleave. Then you have the Ride the Wind, and then Kai'Sa doesn't have any more removal. No, then you get Singularity'd. But then the Kai'Sa only has 1 unit in play, so only goes to 4 when they pull back. And then you still play in base. Kai'Sa still goes to 6. You're still pretty dead. There's nothing happening with that draw. Alright. Some kind of giant winged creature flying around that everyone's looking at. Takes 4 off the top, puts it on the bottom. Takes 4 off the top, puts them back on top. What was that? That first game was real, right? Oh wait, these are battlefields. Wait. Kaisa Vilemosler. Alright. Locked in set 2 deck? Nope. Mulligan 1. I see a Yordle, a Falling Star, and it looked like a 2-drop. Did Mo and George? I don't know if Mo played. George did play. He bubbled out of top 16 on tiebreakers, which is first tiebreaker opponent match win? It is. So he probably had losses earlier, which led to him having bad tiebreakers. Merchant of Vilemos. Merchant of Vilemos. Merchant of Vilemos? Why is the merchant on Vilemos? What? Either your opponent trades with it, and then it doesn't matter where you put it, or they don't, and then your merchant's on Vilemos and their unit isn't. I mean, what, they're gonna leave the merchant there, and then say when your Kaisa comes in to conquer Vilemos, then she's stuck? I mean, no matter what, you have to trade this thing off, don't you? That's the Kaisa game plan. Watcher, Yordle, Ray, Falling Star, Stupefy. Yeah, George had 1 loss on stream to an Aurora deck, I think. Hmm. What's the plan here? I was thinking it's you trade the Merchant and then Falling Star the Kaisa, and then put Yordle in base. But it's going to be Stupefy. If we don't find a 2-drop, this is just bad. Like, what, we get Darius now? Or Kaisa accelerated? And we're not happy no matter what? And I guess this only counts as half a misplay, because he had... Let's just say he's running 8 2-drops, and he's seen 8 cards at that point. So he had, like, a 25% chance to find a 2-drop to play. I think this was suboptimal. I think taking the trade and the Falling Star and then saving. Hmm. Yeah. Third Kaisa. Because at some point you have the Stupefy. Like, if you save the Stupefy, you have Stupefy Ray. For later on. Are you really on 3-man deck Kaisa? Is that another Stupefy he drew? Or is that a unit? To the right of the Lecturing Yordle? No, that's like a 2-mana cost card. Is that a Smokescreen? I'm gonna go and offer the Kaisa trade. It's reasonable. I guess just to double check, what was George's game win? 65%? Yeah, so not even. Holy, look, this 94%. Oh wait, this is no veggies. So we've got Hextech Ray for this merchant. Red Draven. Don't really want to play him before he gets to 7, or else he's going to die to Singularity that the opponent showed game 1. And they probably know each other's entire deck list. What do we have instead, though? We have a Darius, and I think one more 2-drop. Still looking really good. I mean, he Falling Star Stupefy both games. Looks pretty great for the Kaisa. Opponent got one Kaisa Conquer out of their 3 Kaisas, so Annie's running low on cards. Doesn't have anything to pick up with Purple Annie yet either. Hmm. If you don't see Falling in Ray, you lose too much tempo? Yeah. True. Those are Kaisa's best cards in set 1. So they completely cheat the tempo game. I'm worried about Ride the Wind. There is a Singularity. But there is the question, is this a good Singularity? Probably, because this, you can't really wait and be greedy with it, because opponent will then... They'll play a second unit, but then this thing won't die to the Singularity, so... This saves a lot of headache. Now you get to 4 points. You need to figure out if the Hopeful goes on Vile Lair when it's the better target for an accelerated Darius, or if it goes to the arena, where if it doesn't get immediately killed, it gets to go home instead of getting stuck. Maybe it's Vile Maws so that the opponent gets stuck if they go over top of you. Okay, we go here first, check for Gust. No Gust. Seems good. I don't think Annie would want Gust against Kai'Sa anyway. What are the misplays so far? Game 1, Annie sent their Kai'Sa to Zonwarns instead of Reaver's Row, when his only spell he had to protect it was Ride the Wind, and then he got hit by a Falling Star Stupefy, and lost his board, and basically lost instantly. But his hand looked terrible anyway, so he was not looking likely to win that game, regardless. Kai'Sa misplay this game. He did the same Falling Star Stupefy play, but I think it might have been because he didn't have a 2-drop in his hand, he just wasted 2 mana. Well, wasted. He ended up playing a Hextech Ray on the next Kai'Sa that came out. But I think it might have been better to trade his Yordle into the opponent's 2-drop, Falling Star the Kai'Sa, save the Stupefy, and develop Yordle in base. And then keep the Stupefy to combo with Hextech Ray later on. Can Darius their Darius? Yeah. Yeah, it's much worse for the Annie, because he has Flash in hand. He doesn't want to put Darius there. He's had 0 opportunity to play Flash yet this game. Or Fight or Flight. We put down the Vi as the activator. So there's either a second Vi in hand, or the opponent's hand is all spells. We did see a Cleave get discarded, but they didn't have Cleave for their Kai'Sa earlier. So we know that that Cleave got drawn in between the Kai'Sa trading with Yordle plus Ray, and now, and then was discarded. But it's very believable that there's another Cleave. And it costs us a rune to play this Ray. I think you just let this happen. But if this Vi dies, the game's over. I think this Darius is going to die as well. I think that's a smokescreen that's been sitting in hand for a while. Fight or Flight, Flash, Ride the Wind. The Darius can Ride the Wind across. And then get Hextech Raid, and then get flashed back. It's not dead yet. Obviously, if the Kai'Sa draws a Singularity or an Acathian Rain, then Annie's dead. Void Seeker. Oh, maybe it's not Smokescreen, maybe it's Void Seeker. I mean, you could just go Void Seeker, Hextech Ray on the Darius. Go to 6, pull back Yordle. Play whatever you draw off the Void Seeker. Opponent can't do anything. You have a Watcher. Oh, it's a Ravenbloom student. Voidseeker Watcher student array. Oh, it's a Darius. Wait. There is no Ray. Could be Watcher Accelerated, yeah, you send Hopeful. Looks like we're on 10 runes, so we can do Watcher plus Student, yeah. Watcher Accelerated, Hopeful goes to Darius. Ooh, why are we sending the Watcher? This plays around Voidseeker? Okay, we play around Voidseeker. I guess, has the Annie not had a chance to play Voidseeker this entire time either? Wasn't there like a Kai'Sa and a Kai'Sa trade earlier where the Annie had 3? I guess. Can't go to base. Need to go back and check if there was ever a time that Annie could have had Voidseeker. Maybe I might just be saying that like we're so far ahead on Kai'Sa. That we can afford to play around everything. Okay, no, opponent had 2. Opponent has never had mana for Voidseeker this entire time. Oh no, they had it on the Singularity turn. So literally the turn before they didn't have Voidseeker. No, I think you should be playing around or not playing around Voidseeker then. The Annie had 1 draw for Voidseeker. Okay, I think Watcher Accelerated is still correct to make sure that if the Darius does some Ride the Wind shenanigans, you can still get rid of it. But losing the Watcher now to Vi is not going to be good. Like, I think Cleave, there was never a chance to play Cleave for a while. Other than the turn where Kai'Sa traded into Ray plus Yordle, but then there were several draws since then, with 1 Cleave discarded. But Voidseeker, there was only 1 turn. 1 draw that could have been Voidseeker. And there was no Voidseeker otherwise. So it might be hard to end the game now. As Kai'Sa. Maybe not. What, we have Voidseeker on the Vi. And then it's just a Darius with Fight or Flight Ride. That's a lot. Maybe it wouldn't matter. The Watcher would get fight or flighted. Missed set 1 already. Dropping the deckhand. Move back Darius? Don't... What? Don't you just lose to everything with this play? I don't know why we needed to even play the deckhand this turn unless we were going to hide the fight or flight. Like, this could be Hopeful over Vi. It must be Void Seekered. He's a Darius. No, it's just over. Let's say this is Darius with a fight or flight. What happens? I think Annie might actually win if this is Darius with a hidden fight or flight. Hopeful goes over Vi. Happens. Like Darius with the deckhand. With hidden fight or flight, so then you're safe against single removal spells. Hopeful goes in here. Darius Void Seeker. Darius goes in. Darius gets fight or flighted. Then there's 5 to 5. Annie gets Ride the Winded in. Triggering Darius. Annie dies. And then there's a Darius in base, a Hopeful here, and a Poro gets stacked with it. I mean, there's the draw off the Void Seeker too. But then you have outs as the Annie if you draw into a stack deck, or... I guess literally a stack deck. But you at least have a chance if the Kaisa misses on 2 draws. Fucking 6-7. God damn it. Because this is just conceding. Like, this is almost... Like, this play concedes to literally any card. Top card, rear guard. Which I don't think he could afford. Or was he on 12 runes? No, he was on 10. So he couldn't afford Darius Rearguard Void Seeker. No, I think Annie missed some winning chances there. Very slim, but that play was basically just conceding. Would the Watcher have mattered? The Watcher would have mattered, because the Watcher would have gone over top of Vi and not been fight or flightable. And then if the Annie makes the correct play, then it's still a Watcher holding on Vilemaz. And then it would have to be stack deck into like a Cleave, or into an Accelerate unit. But even then, Annie still has some very slim chances. Alright. Back to this. So what was going on here? Villionaire has a Windwall in hand, the Annie has a Rebuke in hand. Annie knows there's a Windwall in Villionaire's hand. Because he didn't go because of the Charm play, and the fact that he didn't go for the Rebuke. He went for Ride the Wind instead, which got defied. Annie presumably picks up Ride the Wind. Okay. And now this is a rough spot, because if you want to play Yi, then you can't hold up the Wind Wall anymore. Maybe you needed to go double 2-drop. I wonder if you needed to go double 2-drop and just say, no, then the Annie goes to 6. You literally can't do that. But the Annie gets the 6 anyway? They might just have a non-turn. Like, just hope they don't have. Flash. We get the rebuke here. And what happens? He gets rebuked. And he burns 3 runes. Ends up at 3 runes anyway. Kaisa on one battlefield, Poro on the other. You can send Stalwart Poro with a buff over the Pouty Poro, see what happens. And then Yi over Kaisa. And if they don't have Flash... or third Ride the Wind plus Vi, then you're actually in a reasonable spot. Yeah, I think holding up that wind wall was just incorrect. Because then if the rebuke doesn't happen, then you can send both of your 2-drops into Kaisa. Or send in Yi first and then send both 2-drops in. So yeah, now you get double cleave Ride the Winded. Wait, what? Okay, I thought he was dead this turn. But they didn't send Kaisa over the Poro first? And then Ride the Wind across? Oh, they don't have purple, they're out of purple again. Wait, there's no lethal this turn. Still alive. Wait, Villionaire loses this game? Wow. He didn't put the Poro forward to just hold. And he loses to 2 Fight or Flight top decks. Yeah, I want to go back and check this spot. If my internet would work, of course. Stream still up? Everything else stops, but the stream stays up. Crazy. Yeah, so this turn here. Let's say that he put down the Pit Rookie, which I believe he has in hand. Or is it just a Discipline? Is that not a Pit Rookie? He never plays a Pit Rookie. Oh, was it a Zhonya's? No, maybe he never had a Pit Rookie. No, he never had a Pit Rookie. Okay, no, he just didn't have anything. He couldn't play Zhonya's because of Fading Memories, so it was literally just the last turn. Which is brutal, because if he just had the Portal forward with Yi, then... I mean, it's just... Like, he has Wind Wall plus Rune Prison, so he doesn't lose to Vi Ride the Wind, he only loses to... It would have to be triple push spell. And opponent found 2. Did the Annie screw up with their purple recycles this game? So they played a Ride the Wind 1. Second Ride the Wind 2. Purple Annie 3. Rebuke 5. This is 1 from second cycle for Fading Memories. And then the 2 red, which was Kaisa plus Darius. And then his next 4 are purple. So no, he didn't. Did not make that mistake again. And well played to the Annie, playing to the outs. And then, yeah, we saw this. Okay. All caught up. What were the Annie misplays? They played Rebuke, and then when they paid on a Dead Bloom, and when they paid Deflect, they paid with an additional purple rune, and then that caused them to not have enough purple for another Rebuke later on in the game. I think they sent a unit to the wrong battlefield, I don't remember. Let's reopen the VOD. Merchant of Islemal's one? I think so, yeah. Oh yeah, okay. So there was game one where he had a line due to the cards on top of his deck where he had a guaranteed win through Rune Prison because he knew there wasn't Defy. And instead he took a line that loses the game to Rune Prison. If those cards weren't on top of his deck, then he would have still had to take the line loses to Rune Prison, but he had outs to have a guaranteed win basically if the cards on top of his deck were right. Like he just needed a fight or flight or rebuke in his top two cards, and then he had a guaranteed win. And instead he took a line that left him dead to Rune Prison in game one. And then, yeah, I think there was something with like, oh no, it was like turn one he played a Poro instead of a Merchant in one of the games. That might have been game three. Yeah, like game three he plays Poro instead of Merchant. And then yeah, there was something else. Don't remember. They better let Randy into the next one. We're at the finals now, I think. What's finals matchup? Kaisa versus something. Not sure what. Why are my YouTube uploads stuck at 0%? Does anyone know why that's happening? Like this one I started last night. Do I need to cancel them and restart them? Or is this something where while I'm broadcasting on Twitch or something, Twitch won't upload VODs? Is there any more removal that Randy could add to his deck? Not really an orange-purple, is there? I don't think you want to play Gust. I don't know, it was all fine. Like, basically Ride the Wind is the only card. But he is on the hunt to confront. Instead. That's still so crazy. That judge ruling. Imagine reading Twitch chat in any of these streams. In like any tournament stream. It's always the most... I guess like the Turn 'em Sideways chat's pretty good. But in almost everything else, it's like completely clueless people saying things at random. What is happening? What? Been really slow? Yeah, I'm not sure why these delays are so long. It is pretty crazy.
Done. A counterplay. Crownie has popped the Transcendence with a TP from Bounce. G2 must run. A charge is on the way to catch them with their pants down. G2 are lined up. Stands up. And here's the play. It consumes Europe again. Caps is trying to escape in a realm warp. But a triple over to Crownie. And the Rats are doing it again. But look at
They just run them over. Yunara Q. And they get hit by... I mean, that's just a... literally invisible Anivia Q that came out. Oh yeah, there it is. Stuns 3. Jesus. Pretty good play. SWU Worlds did well. No, I mean at Houston they had, yeah. At Houston they had 2 separate setups, so they always had a backup match. Very minimal downtime.
Nara, to split the fight like that, to do Baron quickly, it's just really, really awesome to watch. And now they're going to do the same thing here on this Dragon.
Yep, Quadra, Cloud Souls. Kanavi goes in. Okay, looking for a little bit of an angle. There's the Pop Blossom, picks up 3 of them. The Inara is down. Let's see whether Genji will have the damage. And Gumayusi will be taken out. It's a double kill for the Auroras. Chovy will be wiped out, but Keen's at full health. Can he get next to them. It looks like he might be, as there's the Quadra, and it's only Zeus left standing, and I don't think he's making it out. Pentakill for...
Alright, now what? Six minutes is not long enough for anything. Keen hadn't gotten a Penta yet? Nope. Nope. Randy's games on streams? Yep, watched all of them. He played really well. Like, it was never any face-up misplays. It was always, like, if there were any misplays, it was marginal decisions. Like, decisions off of stack decks and called shots. What is the actual ruling? Yes, when the process of playing a card, you put it on the chain, then you calculate. I think you put it on the chain, you make all relevant decisions, then you calculate the cost. So you take it out of your trash, put it on the chain, say where you're going to play it, then pay the cost based on however much is remaining in the trash. What? This is a penalty double. Okay then. Why did partner bid? Maybe this double was terrible. Yeah, I mean this is over. Actually, that's just rage quit. Interesting. Haven't been seeing new follows show up on the activity feed on Twitch. Alright, let's feed my cat. BRB. Secret RuneScape account? I don't have one. I get enough RuneScape by watching other people play it.
Saley. While we all know there's nothing we can do to
I don't know why I
improve
even
our own
trust this
lives, and it's
countdown,
best
honestly.
left to whoever's in the White House, it's also the case that the people at the top of our institutional hierarchies have more than just the clamoring citizens to answer to, as they have real issues on the global stage they have to make worse. Meaning, in order to actually understand the larger scale objectives of a nation, we have to zoom out and view every country like we're playing Civilization, and we're in charge of large scale decision making for the country's resources and political interests, rather than viewing the world as a citizen from that country. A good example of this is that in economics and politics, everyone says that America is the most powerful country in history, as they have the best technology and are the richest civilization of all time. Then immediately everyone in the comments says, well, I'm American and I'm not rich. And I'm sure that's correct, but observe how zoomed out I am on the map. I can't see you at all, meaning you are a trifling statistic to me. Similarly, what's clear both in real life and in video games is that the most significant threat to your empire is other nations enacting military force toward you while you're just trying to get your supply chain together to make light bulbs. For this reason, I wanted to look at the most powerful nations on Earth in terms of military might, which means looking at all 7 nuclear powers in the world, starting with the weakest and moving up to the strongest. To preface, I'm not going to be mentioning any countries in Africa or South America. This is because they don't have any nukes, meaning they don't matter or exist, so we can just delete those. This is how they do it in the Pentagon, by the way. First, we have our honorable mentions, which are countries that have no nuclear weapons but are still extremely formidable. Iran. Iran currently does not possess any nuclear weapons, but recently was enriching uranium to levels above 60% in a facility 90 meters under a mountain. This was a bit suspicious and of course alarming to America's Department of Defense, because as the name implies, what America is defending itself from is another country possessing an object that its current arsenal couldn't destroy. Thankfully, there is not yet such a thing. Just so you know, I wrote that description before they rebranded to the Department of War, which, let's be honest, if you thought America was ever defending itself from anything, the only technology they would need is an Iron Dome that shoots down Boeing 767s. Saudi Arabia. Unrelated, Saudi Arabia also has no nuclear weapons, but is still top 10 globally in terms of defense spending, and has a fairly strong diplomatic relationship with the United States and Bill Burr. To explain the political attitude of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, you have to know a famous quote from the ruler of Dubai, which was, "My grandfather rode a camel, my father rode a camel, I drive a Mercedes, my son drives a Land Rover, his son will drive a Land Rover, but his son will ride a camel." This statement might sound like he's humbly stating from shirt sleeve to shirt sleeves in 3 generations, but he's really saying, yeah, I'm just built different. Which pissed off his kids in the House of Saud, and now they all get chauffeured in solid gold Phantoms. Nevertheless, they've recognized they can't just print money from selling oil forever, and their current grand strategy is to transition their economy from a gas station to the hub center connecting Africa to Eurasia and become the economic center of the Middle East. Plus, after hyping up their plans to build a 170-kilometer long
No. Who is Rashid?
city that is taller than the Empire State Building and was getting me excited for someone to actually do something cool but really stupid for once. They shockingly paused construction and were then like, maybe we can turn it into a and become the city that is taller than the Empire State Building and was getting me excited for someone to actually do something cool but really stupid for once. They shockingly paused construction and were then like, maybe we can turn it into an AI data center instead. Frankly, I'm pretty sure if you said to the Crown Prince, here's my idea for a new super project, then slid him a photo of a gaming PC, he'd write you a blank check. On to the real list. Coming in at number 7 as the weakest nuclear superpower is Israel. This is because Israel has no nuclear weapons, as it has committed to keeping the Middle East denuclearized. But they have stated that while they have no nuclear weapons, if they were to come under a mortal threat, they would be forced to use them. After turning the Gaza Strip into the Gaza Strip of all previous civilization, their current geopolitical objectives are to deal with international social outrage over their use of brutal force over a weaker territory by using their enormous political and media influence to convince radicalized Americans that they don't have enormous political and media influence, which is going about as well as you could expect. Number 6. North Korea. North Korea is estimated to have about 50 nuclear warheads, although they're far more powerful and effective than any other nation's nuclear warheads because Kim Jong-un personally guides each to their targets, always knows where they'll land, and never makes a strategic mistake. Their current geopolitical objectives at home are to continue launching ballistic missile tests over South Korea in order to further refine their capacity for strategic inaccuracy. Meanwhile abroad, the soldiers they sent to the Kursk region to help Russia wouldn't stop peacefully gooning to dancing girls after seeing the internet for the first time and have been sent home, likely undermining North Korea's credibility from the inside out with their tales from the free world. Number 5 and 4, Pakistan and India. While even bigger in population than China with 1.45 billion people, India doesn't yet have anywhere near the wealth nor industry. Pakistan is much smaller in terms of population with about 250 million people, and even with half the GDP per capita at $1,500, it's still more than enough to secure strong borders around India, as both countries have about 200 nuclear weapons. Pakistan has significant trade and alignment with China, which allows China to strengthen their access through continental Asia and into the Middle East, whereas India is more aligned with the West, securing maritime trade and allowing them to bring you DoorDash anywhere in the world. Now we get to the top 3, which are considered the real major superpowers in the world and a major jump up in power level from everyone else. Russia. Russia is by far the weakest of the 3 global superpowers, and frankly, even Western analysts were surprised when Russia invaded Ukraine and it went so poorly for them. Its greatest strength is its enormous abundance of natural resources and sheer landmass, meaning they have access to the Arctic Ocean, the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, and land trading routes to China, Europe hypothetically, and the Baltics. While obviously a shadow of the Soviet Union, a lot of analysts are downgrading Russia's superpower status even further, as their military capacities seem much weaker than previously thought, and Western sanctions mean they're extremely reliant and arguably at the mercy of China as a primary trade partner. While Russia isn't overwhelming in terms of strategic military power, they are basically unconquerable because they have 6,000 nuclear weapons, which is more than America, and so it's kind of like fighting a Voltorb who might just get pissed you're winning and at any moment self-destruct. At the moment, their grand strategy is unclear, as a lot of Western politicians have assumed Putin dreams of re-expanding their land empire towards the former borders of the Soviet Union, which is plausible at best and definitely unachievable in practice. Meanwhile, Putin says that pretty much all of Russia's military actions are not for conquest, but preemptive self-defense from the expansion of NATO. For people who are not aware what NATO is, if you ask a Westerner, we would say it's the political and military alliance formed between the United States and Western Europe after World War II that was then extended to more Eastern countries over time as they wanted trade relationships with the West and security guarantees for themselves after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the formation of a still threatening modern Russia to their east. This is of course my Western bias speaking, because you ask Putin what NATO is, he would say, Mordor. At any rate, it seems unlikely any further land conquest is going to occur after Ukraine, because what was supposed to be a quick little pro-gamer move that everyone was going to ignore ended up looking like this on the live conflict map in January 2023, and this is what it looks like 3 years later, so you can make up your own mind what that means. Number 2, China. China's biggest strength is turning their country from what was essentially an agrarian peasant society getting conquered by the Japanese during one of their many angry phases in the 1930s into the largest industrial economy in the world and second largest GDP in quite literally 40 years. They have a population of 1.4 billion and a GDP per capita of $13,000, which is absolutely absurd given its size and where they started. A common sentiment you'll hear online is that China actually only has a population of 800 million, but then you ask for evidence and they're like, well, some Japanese scientists measured their annual salt consumption and it was lower than expected. Which is complete nonsense, because my grandma's Japanese, and if you said, yeah, Chinese salt consumption is about 2/3 of what we expected, what do you make of that? She would have said, make a lot of sense, Jamie. Chinese don't know how to cook properly. Nevertheless, what makes China frightening is that because of their export economy, they have a massive industrial capacity. They have similar numbers of tanks and warships to the US, albeit smaller ones, and their air force and overall systems technology are far worse. But in terms of shipbuilding, China has a gross tonnage capacity of over 230 times the US and produced over 1,000 commercial ships last year, and America made about 8. Not 1,000, the number 8. And in case you think that isn't a problem, it's Chinese commercial shipyards that also make the destroyers. Currently, China's next big move is most likely the annexation, aka reunification with Taiwan, because to be frank, it's literally right there. And when China was like, hey, can we buy the really good computer chips from you? America was like, well, obviously not, that wouldn't benefit us at all. But like, imagine if Vancouver Island was its own country and had the best oil reserves in the world, and America was like, hey, can I buy some? And Vancouver Island was like, no, we use Chinese wellheads, so we only sell them the good stuff, but you can have the shitty oil we sell to everyone else. If that happened, I can assure you that I would be getting bombarded with freedom and democracy against my will well within 24 hours. So while I'm rooting for Taiwan, if you add on the fact that there are American military bases in Japan and South Korea, and they have access to bases in the Philippines, China's only way of securing clear access to the Pacific Ocean is Taiwan. Meaning, it's not looking so great for the little guy right now. Number 1. The West. And partners. You already knew we were number 1 because I don't want to become the 51st state. The Western alliance of NATO and its homies post-World War II is essentially what everyone watching this video will have grown up and experienced and is likely currently living within. Our greatest strength is by far our enormous wealth and prosperity gained from free trade and cooperation. This came about because post-World War II, once everyone basically agreed to get along with each other instead of making world wars in every 2-decade tradition, this allowed the proliferation of the American global banking system called the Eurodollar, which was kind of like a banking telecom network throughout the world, allowing the proliferation and trade of the US dollar in Europe, Japan, and then basically everywhere else. Because of the West's perception as a liberal, rules-based democracy centered around free and fair trade, everyone trusted the currency and began using it, then saving it to use later as a reserve, resulting in what people call the US dollar reserve currency system. Even today, 58% of all global reserves are in dollars, 50% of all trade is done in US dollars, and 90% of all foreign exchange is in dollars as well, which allows immense privilege in terms of global influence. You can sort of think of it like how the global language of business is English. Europeans speak to Europeans in English, except Italians. Educated Chinese students learn English, and if you want to have a successful international career, you essentially must learn English. That means for people born into it, you don't have to do any work, and you get all the rewards.
What does it stand for,
If your hopes
actually?
and dreams are to be successful in music,
Charlie's Collectible Show? Charlie's Collectible Show, yeah. How's it going, Madara? I saw you were playing a tournament. Was that like a couple days ago? Nice. Big streamer thing, nice. And you got new team. Started. Newest tweet. Do I have you followed on Twitter? I need to have you followed. Let's see. Madara, probably Madara Hots. This? No? What is your Twitter? CO2 Madara, okay. Ah, yeah. Found. Alright, let's see. Oh, hey, that's the E that beat the Annie. Alright. Oh, and you hit rank 1. Damn. Is there like a visible... Is this the number for rank? I guess? Wait, team captain. Damn, okay. You got Rymazine. That's the Captain America player. Feel like I recognize this name. It's like LP, okay. Nice. Nice. Here, let's pull up the misplays. Okay. Alright, what did we have happen? Student, Wielder of Water, Kaisa. Go to Reaver's Row. Push out the student, 1 point to 1. Cool. All caught up. Clockwork Keeper draw. That's crazy to me. I don't think that's ever correct. Yeah, that's also his only green. Yeah, I just don't think that play can ever be correct to make. You take yourself off of Master Yi mana next turn. You put yourself on tapping out for a Deadloom Predator 2 turns from now. Like what, you're on a 5, you're gonna go to 6 cards with 6 runes? Get hit with a Singularity. Now there's no Yi Zhonya's play. Maybe we could be at 8 runes. Unless he drew that Find Your Center off of the Clockwork Keeper. Which I don't think he did. Could try and go back and check. No, we don't have vision. We can't go back that far. I mean, I guess we got to 7 runes. We'd have Yi plus Charm if we were on 8. Though we wouldn't have drawn the Charm. It's hard to tell, like not knowing exactly which cards they're drawing in what order. How much of a difference this draw makes. What options he wouldn't have access to. Yeah, I mean, Yi eats the student. Or doesn't. He goes to Reavers to be safe against... Wait, we have Zhonya's too? Okay. So he even had the turn 3 Yi Zhonya's. That Zhonya's was pretty deep in his hand. Now he shuffled. And he sacrificed it. On Guard, Defy, Eggplant. Charm. And one other card. If Kaisa goes in, I think he has to stay. Because if you allow this Kaisa Conquer, then the Kaisa gets to 6. So as the Kaisa player, you have to know your opponent's going to stay, which means you can't make any kind of bluff attack here. And they're happy to take like 2 of your cleaves for the Zhonya's as well. Like they're gonna have to do that no matter what. It's like a Pouty Poro, a Hextech Array, a Rearguard, a Student. I think there's a Darius though. If there's Darius Cleave, then at least that's a play for this turn. Get to 5. It's got a Smoke. Is there no Darius? Is that not a Darius? That looks like a Darius. So we're going to Smoke plus Cleave. You could play this turn slowly, because opponent's only on 7 runes. But they're gonna start charming you. So it's not like you can develop Darius and tap down too much. You would be in such an insane spot. Probably. If you didn't do the Clockwork Keeper. Okay, we tap out on the slow turn. I mean, you get charmed, but the Yi can't develop anything useful. If it's charm at the same time. I wonder if you wait on the charm and you play the Fey Folk Genki across. Pit Rookie, find your center charm on guard, Fey Folk. Yeah. Damn. On all of these turns, one extra rune would have been amazing. Don't like that Yi being directly on top of the Valmos. Fixed. Now, I guess the one issue you have here is the Yi is when your Fey Folk gets pushed. I guess it just has to go back. And flip the Zhonyas. And you give the Kai'Sa 5. Hit the Sivir match yet? What do you mean hit the Sivir match? Yeah, I watched it live. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. Two and a half hours, honestly. Now, this Fey Folk should have gone back. Randy got robbed. Only losing matchup is Judges with that deck. How did he get robbed? Judge caught him. He paid one less than he should have for Rasa, which I wasn't aware of that ruling either. When you play Rasa with a shovel, it doesn't count itself towards its cost reduction. So they made him rewind to pay the 1 extra mana. But when they do the rewind, they should rewind before all decisions for playing the card are made. Like it's specifically worded. Oh my god. Rewind to the moment before the card was played, which should be to before you choose where you're playing the unit. But they forced him to still play it in his base, even though he had to pay an extra rune, which changed his entire turn, and then cost him the match. He wanted to, with the increased cost, he wanted to play it on a battlefield, and if he was allowed to play it on the battlefield, he had a guaranteed win. Wait, this doesn't work. There's no Zhonyas in response to Death Knell anymore, is there? Did they fix this? I thought they fixed this. I thought there's like a special combat cleanup now or something. Dude played Rebuke for free? Yes, and then there was an hour where they investigated it and then found the player guilty of misrepresenting. Because the judge asked him during the match if he paid for it. And then he said that he did, even though he didn't. And then they gave him a match loss. They gave him a game loss, which was a match loss. And then the other player went on to top 8. Yeah, but people were already annoyed at the judges for that happening, and then this happens too. Yeah, I mean, Yee's made 2 game-losing mistakes at this point, I guess. Since the time of the error, it's ambiguous in the rulebook. If you were going to interpret literally, the time before the card is played would be literally the step right before the card is played, which wouldn't be far enough back. Now we got Falling Star. Okay. So now this gets accelerated over Kaisa, and... like, sure, this phrase is ambiguous. Moment before the card was played. To what step in the play-in process does that mean? I would expect, on first reading, that that is to before the entire start of the process. Because you have to at least rewind back to paying the correct cost. But that is, I mean, actually, no, that's not even a real interpretation, because the backup, if you can't do a rewind, is to correct the cost being paid. So this would not be necessary to be written if correcting the cost is just what you would end up doing anyway. Like, this line is completely redundant if the correct remedy is immediately rewind back only to the paying of the cost and not any further back. MTG better? No. No, I don't think so. He's still in this game too. That's insane. The Yee's draw was so good. Pay cost first. You put the card on the chain first. Then you make decisions, then you pay the cost. Yeah, they rewound only as far as him paying the cost. Which I don't think is correct. There's no Watcher coming out anymore. I mean, you just play on guard. Lets it die? What? So we're just dead to any accelerate. What the fuck is this? Alright. He's just throwing it out of his mind. The fact that the game was still winnable after 2 game-losing mistakes. Like, Kaisa's hand was unplayable. Until the Falling Star draw. Why was it not valid? Because they only allowed him to rewind. 3, 4, 6. So step 1, you put it on the chain. Step 2, you make choices, such as where you put it. Step 3, you determine the cost. Step 4, you pay the cost. They rewound to here. And forced him to keep the same decision that he made back here. Before the card was played. Do this before you correct the cost paid. So clearly these two must be different results. But they just skipped this and just said, no, just do this. Fast focus between tapping runes, you can't respond to resource abilities. Yeah, there's no reaction or focus passing window for resource abilities. Was there anything I didn't like from the Kai'Sa decisions? I think the Darius and base turn was very reasonable, especially when opponents only going to 7 runes, so they either have to choose between Charm or playing a good unit. And then the play unit before attacking with Darius was good. Yeah, the Siegers played terribly. No, there is no opponent getting focus for action spells. That's not a thing. There is no passing of focus or reaction window to resource abilities. They happen instantly and they don't use the chain. Yeah, there was no info gained. The Kai'Sa was tapped out, had no decisions. And not only that, there is no response window. Calling them reaction, yeah, they should have just had another term for it. Sure. I mean, I think there's no hand that exists for Yi where drawing with Clockwork Keeper on turn 2 is correct. Yeah, just three straight misplays. There was that. If he pulled back with Fey Folk on Reaver's Row, that's also a good spot for him. I guess what happens? He gets Falling Starred, and then his Yi gets killed, and then the Fey Folk survives? Maybe the second misplay doesn't matter because of what the Kai'Sa's hand was. But then the third mistake of not saving his Fey Folk is just absurd. We just face up concede to any accelerate unit instead of saving our Fey Folk when opponent can't even watch her. You could retreat. Yeah, you have Reaver trigger, you flip Zhonya's in response. And then you pull out. And then you don't give away your Fey Folk for free to one cleave. This is 2-drop. We're gonna have a quick finals. Retreat and opening hand for Kai'Sa. Not really in the E matchup. At what point can you recycle? You might be able to do that in the middle of the card happening. I'm pretty sure when you play Bullet Time, you can, when it resolves and you choose the runes to recycle, you can also simultaneously tap them and float the energy. Alright, time to go live on the Grove. You're gonna get Hextech Raid, possibly. Or Kaisa waits, because Kaisa has Stupefy with it. So I think Divine Judgment would be the same way. Where as the runes are getting recycled, or as the card even resolves, you can use resource abilities. Pass with 6 open. But I'm not sure about that. What's his hand? Defy, Discipline, On Guard. Rune Prison. Fey Folk, Deadbloom. During card resolution? It is, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Let me check. It might be different actually because Bullet Time is generating power. Oh no, here it is. Any activated ability that adds resources and has the reaction tag can be activated during the play or resolution of other spells or abilities. I don't know, anytime that resources are required to be paid. So Bullet Time you can, Divine Judgment you can't. If the card asks you to add resources or pay costs during resolution, then you can use any resource add abilities during that window. So like something like a Draven, he resolves, you choose to pay the red, you can float 1 energy if it was an untapped red rune. Did he get his Grove trigger? He did. Recycle down to 2, yes. But you also don't have a reason to, because whether or not they counter it, you probably are going to make the same play anyway. If we have Zhonya's plus Defy in hand, we could go for Master Yi over Kai'Sa. That's not great. Need to do something, though. Passing with 6 runes, like if he had any unit to play, any 2-drop to play, he should have played it. Now we got no units. Find your center. Defy. Unyielding Fey Folk. You could, like, Fey Folk in base, pull back, and wait a turn. Say good luck to the Kai'Sa trying to hold against me next turn. And then you have Unyielding, so you're safe against Singularity and everything. Singularity Falling Star. Nice play. And the Kai'Sa's stuck at Vilmos too, so you're not in any rush to pick her off. The lighting is just not quite good enough to see these cards, clearly. So yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa gets to 3 points, but Yi is probably getting to 4 unless Kai'Sa tries to hold here. Which I do see a Hopeful. That is a good card for setting up holds. Hopeful, Smokescreen, run. 8 runes total. Yeah, if you're not putting Hopeful with the Darius, you have to pull back. Yeah, I mean, there's no chance that you can hold into 10 runes. You just get hit with a White Flame Protector and lose everything. But, I mean, I don't know. This looks really bad for you no matter what as the Kai'Sa. You have some spells that you're going to be able to back up your Kai'Sa stuck on Vilmos with. Because Darius, he does have the cards in hand to trigger Darius on opponent's turn. It looks like through a Defy. It looks like he has 3 spells he can play with 4 runes, but it's just so risky no matter what. He's trying to be greedy. With Time Warp? What do you mean be greedy? The fact that he has Time Warp means that he can play passively like this. Yeah. Fighting to keep Battlefield Speaking, he's never going to Time Warp next turn. If he manages to keep a battlefield, he's always going to end up having to burn a rune. I don't think he's on Smokescreen. I mean, unless he's on Smokescreen double Stupefy, he's never going to be able to go to beat at 10. Why are we starting with Yi? It's completely unnecessary. We have a 6 might unit already that can go to the Kai'Sa. Don't like this play. Not going to call it a misplay yet. He's probably on the plan where he puts Yi on Vile Maws and Fey Folk on Grove. He might not have anything. I think his hand is all spells. And it is really fragile. Putting the Wielder of Water forward while there's a Darius is pretty weak as a play overall. I don't think this is a misplay. Damn. Yeah, this looks really good for the E now. He has Unyielding. He puts Fey Folk on Grove. He says if your Darius wants to come kill my Yi. This is where you want the units to end up. You want the Fey Folk on Grove and you want the Yi on Vile Maws. So if his hand didn't have anything else to do, like no Deadbloom Predator, then this does make sense. I think he has a Zhonya's as well that he could hide. Surprised he doesn't do that. Yeah, Double Defy is pretty good. He has a pump, he has an Unyielding. He's not pumping. Well, unless the Kai'Sa taps out below Singularity. Yeah, no Zhonya's here. That's probably another misplay added to the count. Rip Time Warp Lens. It was never going to be Time Warp. I mean, if the Yi doesn't get pushed, then he doesn't get punished for not hiding Zhonya's. It should always be Stupefy first if he's playing that before he attacks in. I guess it doesn't really... No, does it matter? Yeah, if there's a third Defy, then you would rather send Hopeful plus Rearguard. No Zhonya's is so bad. I'm pretty sure he has it in his hand. Mega Mech. E forgot to score his point. 20 hour? I took a 2.5 hour nap. I'm fine. Play alone on TCG Arena. I think you can just click the start game button with only one person in the lobby. I don't know if missing a point is a game state error. I know it has to be, so a judge should point that out. I mean, this looks like just stack Mega Mech and hope you can get the Time Warp next turn. I mean, that's 17 might. Opponent has 4 in base. So they need Charm plus White Flame. Or you mean like play 1v1 against yourself? Yeah, I guess you could multi-box it. Third smoke screen. Wouldn't take the Kais off of Time Warp either. Really want to see his hand to see if there was lasagnas in there. Guess I have to pull up the VOD if I want to do that. So yeah, he's trying to find a way to not lose to Time Warp, and he has not found it, I think. Oh, he has Sabotage. He found Sabotage. Alright, that fixes the problem. Push through that pile? Yes. Is what list? The Kaisa list? It looks really greedy. Apparently it's 3 Kaisas, but you haven't seen him draw additional copies other than the second one last game. And there goes the internet. God damn it. Why does this happen? Pulls back, drops Kiana. Sacrifices the Grove draw. I'm not sure about that play. The 3 rear guard. Okay, I don't think I see Azanias in the Yi's hand, so we didn't actually have Azanias to protect his Yi. Can't seem to find one. Is that another Sabotage in hand? Rearguard, more Kaisa in the main? I don't think Rearguard is a good card. I think that hurts your matchup in the Kaisa mirror. That wasn't Vilemaz? Yeah, but it's Vilemaz. So 14 total. We have 12. And if we wipe this, we win. Top deck Rearguard. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know, is Rearguard better than Sentry against Yi? He did draw into the Charm. So you can send Kiana to Grove, Charm the Yordle, and then Lethal? Okay, looks like Yi is getting there. I'm not sure about the pulling back Deadbloom. If Deadbloom stays forward, then you get an extra draw towards Charm, or even put Kiana. Because I think he's seen Rearguard at this point, and he saw the second Kaisa. Yeah, I don't think 3 Kaisa is ever good. Charm Darius back to base? You can't. Vilemaz stops it. Yeah, I mean, this is face-up lethal. You charm the Yordle over. Cleave isn't good enough to make it big enough to beat Kiana. Okay, good. Going to game 3. And then we send 14. Opponent has 12 with the cleave. Couldn't see battlefield. Yeah, that's fair. So there was never a Zhonya's for the Yi. So yeah, the only questionable turn was pulling back the Deadbloom, which gave Kaisa a lot of outs. It's like 7 outs for Kaisa to win there. Plus if he has second time warp, which that was always an out, so that's not a punish. Ransom, yeah, but they could draw something. You don't need to do that. If you needed to get rid of the Darius to have enough to push, then sure. You hold with Deadbloom Predator. You get 2 draws. You've seen 0 charms. Two draws for Charm, White Flame Protector. If they were tapped out, yeah. Yeah, the opponent wouldn't win from you charming the Darius across and him conquering. You should have won game 1 as well. I'm not going to count that as a misplay, because like, even if he knows the opponent has Accelerate units, it's also the fact that like it might have been that the safest play might have been Kiana forward on the Grove. So then you have 8 might in base, opponent has 9 might on the battlefield. And then you get the point for holding. So then even if they drop a Mega Mech, you can charm it across, give them that, and then still beat whatever else they play. That was probably the better play. So that you aren't dead to a Kaisa or a Legion Rearguard. You're only dead to Darius. I guess like there was a cleave in hand. Did he know there was a cleave in hand? He did know there. No, he knew there was a cleave in hand. So he was still dead to Kai'Sa. Putting Qiyana forward on the battlefield only saves him against Legion Rearguard. Randy just posted? Didn't he post a while ago, or did he save an update? Top 16, 5 Kai'Sa, 3 Annie, 4 Yi, an MF, 2 sets, and a Yasuo. Interesting. Just posted? That's 10 hours ago. Or do you mean posted on Discord? He appealed? No, he got a warrant. Where? What the hell? What is this misinformation? What the fuck are you talking about? He got a warning. And he was going to get a warning regardless for mispayment of cost. That's always a warning. I don't think he got a warning for appealing the ruling. What the fuck are you... Just posted. He got a game loss after he appealed. What the hell? He did get a game loss, thanks to the judges, but indirectly. Alright, telegraphed Hexray. What do we do about it? No Hexray. Alright, telegraph. I guess there has to be a retreat then? I mean, that's... Is he really on 3 Kai'Sa? Did they publish his list? Is that actually confirmed he's on 3 Kai'Sa? 3 Rearguard? Like someone has a list that they can link me? It's public? Are you sure he's on the same list? Oh, no, yeah, this is literally CCS. Okay, yeah. That's surprising that he'd be conservative with his Kai'Sa from Champion Zone, then. If he just has 2 more in the deck. Unless he sideboarded them out. And then he's on the Allen ZQ, no Yordle, Smokescreen Voidseeker. 2 hopefuls. 9 2-drops. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't play Kai'Sa then. Because it's still expensive to get Charmed as well. For Charm to get played on turn 2. Slows down the Yi, takes them off of 7 runes. And you have 2 more in the deck. Are there other public decks? Are all of the top 8 or top 16 public? Oh, is there a link to actually see them on the standings? Do I need to refresh the standings? Oh, the deck list. Yeah, there's just a deck list button right here. Okay. Cool. Look at that after. Darius Cleave. Opponent's going to 6 runes. Probably need to put Yordle with Darius to protect him from just any +2? Really? I don't like either of these plays. I don't like not playing Kai'Sa turn 2, and I don't like this Darius play. Because this Yordle isn't going to do anything next turn either. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade this to a full... Just a full 2 misplays. Like 2.5 now. I mean, I think the Darius cleave is maybe fine, but not putting the Yordle with him is bad. I think the Yordle should always go with him because the opponent's only clearing one of these battlefields, so this Yordle is not going to go anywhere to score. So this Yordle, even if they do have the second discipline or on guard, you still trade the Yordle for that in a safe trade. Yeah, that's a good trade for you if you force them to do that. Because now you have this Yordle that doesn't do anything. And if they didn't have the second discipline or on guard, they would have had to send Qiyana over the Poro, and you save Darius, which is insane. And if they do, you tax them more on their turn. And this Yordle does nothing. And now it's still Poro walks back to base. Like, opponent could be tapped out, potentially. If they had the discipline. Or if they had the on guard, then it costs them a cold card. It's just, yeah. Big misplay. And it would still be the same thing too, even if you played Kai'Sa the turn before. It would be Kai'Sa to Arena, and then Darius over the Qiyana, and then Poro next to the Darius. Because you're getting the whole battlefield value as well. So then it still takes them one spell to go over Kai'Sa, takes them 2 to go over Darius plus that, and then if Kai'Sa gets the pullback, then that's also okay, if it costs them the 2 spells. Did he draw off of Qiyana? How many cards does he have in hand? 8. Yeah, he drew off of Qiyana. I don't like that either, but I don't know what it's in his hand. Holding the Poro. Yeah. I guess because your opponent's at 8 runes. He channeled? No, he didn't. He had 3 runes turn 1. Turn 2 he had 5, he played Qiyana, goes down to 4. Turn 3 he does this... Oh, did he channel and Clockwork Keeper? He drew. If he either channeled and Clockwork Keeper drew, or he drew off Qiyana and declined Clockwork Keeper. Okay, same thing. Identical situation. 7+ unit? No, it's the when you hold, you get a token. I'm not sure if this is a misplay, because I don't know what's in his hand. It is possible that he needed to take a draw. Worse than draw from Qiyana? It puts a green rune on the bottom of your rune deck, and takes one from the top. That's a lot of cards in his hand. I'm actually going to go back and look at those. Charm. Unyielding. Not sure what those are. Clockwork Keeper. Okay, maybe he did need to take a draw. With how bad that hand looks. Wielder, Clockwork, Discipline, Charm, Unyielding. Okay, that's reasonable. He took a draw then. Opponent's on 7, so you're not in trouble. Against Time Warp yet. I feel like that should have been a discipline to score a point. Like, charming this Lecturing Yordle might even have been correct. But then you can't play the Discipline. I think playing Yi here is bad. That's a really bad turn with what his hand is. Giving the opponent 6 points. I think I would have preferred either you Discipline and score the point here, and then play Clockwork Keeper, Wielder of Water, or you charm this Yordle and play Clockwork Keeper, Wielder of Water, and trade and pull back. Keep the opponent to 5 points. Okay, and this... Okay. That's still one misplay. But I hate this. I mean, look at the Kai'Sa's hand and see 2 smoke screens, and now it suddenly looks good. No Time Warp. No, now it looks bad. Especially because we tapped out. So we have Discipline Charm to stop the win. There's still Kai'Sa in Champion Zone. A-Folk. We have 8 runes. Oh, this E-play was really bad. If there was a Mega Mech alive, would this have been also a terrible spot? With an accelerated rearguard? Opponent would be at 6. They probably wouldn't take themselves off Time Warp, so we'd get to keep Qiyana. We'd be holding up a mana open, so they definitely wouldn't take themselves off Time Warp. And then it would be a Mega Mech with 2 smoke screens. That's pretty bad. Might just not be getting out of the situation anyway. Oh, there's a Sabotage. That does a lot. This Kai'Sa has never been played from the Champion Zone. I'm gonna see 2 smoke screens. There's no point playing one in response. Oh wait, is he on 1 smoke screen? Oh, it was smoke screen student. Wait, it was a 1 smoke screen hand. No, that Mega Mech was beatable then, wasn't it? Would cost everything. But it'd be... Okay, so it would have 4 runes open, still have 2 cards in hand. We'd have Qiyana, Token, Wielder of Water, Clockwork Keeper. We'd be able to send Qiyana over the rearguard, and then send Yi plus everything else for 11 over the mech. Get Smokescreen, play Discipline. And this is if we took the Charm line. So we'd have 9 runes. Which would just work. Does he have nothing? He's got nothing. Yeah, I think that's a Yi misplay. I don't think Accelerate Yi out Charm to trade with Mega Mech was correct. Like, he just takes himself off of so many draws, too. Like, he could just draw into a Dead Bloom Predator or something. Counter per match, per match. So this has to be Clockwork Keeper into a Discipline. So that has to get sent across. We get to walk up. They can send 6. I mean, we got nothing. We can go forward, Clockwork Keeper draw. Two runes left. Can't beat 6. Rune Prison. If Rune Prison's still there. I guess if we're drawing for Rune Prison anyway, might as well put Clockwork Keeper in base. Still hold with 3 might. E made 3 misplays in game 1 to lose it. What is that, a Zonya's? I mean, what, even if you make that Mega Mech play, opponent accelerates Kais out instead, you're still in the same unplayable position? He drew Cleave. How does he ever recruit the battlefield? Can't accelerate now, it doesn't matter. He's just dead face up. Yeah, Yi should have won game 1. This game looks like it would have been hard regardless. Even if he takes the, like, Charm Yordle pull-out trade, which was probably the optimal play. And that is with Kaisa misplaying this game as well. So you get to 9, you get to, yeah, you do the Kiana. And then Yi plus everything else in your base. Tap out, opponent kills everything but token. Still has student in base. Draws Cleave. And that's... And has Falling Star still. And you're tapped out. No, you still just lose. You still just lose anyway. Against that Kaisa hand. But at least you give yourself an out. It's still a misplay because you give yourself an out. If you can find... like a White Flame Protector or something, then you can White Flame Protector the Kiana and push her to 14 and then charm in the Mega Mech. Hey, standings updated. Mr. Set made it to top 4. Lost to that Yi. And this is the Annie. No veggies. Which I guess we might check. We'll check out his list. This is Alan ZQ Kaisa with 1 card change. Was he on 3 retreat? It was different battlefields.
In my opinion, it is the best deck.
Fair enough. I mean, you had to betray your friend to get here, so
Yeah, it feels bad. It feels bad, but that's my boy, and he had a good deep run too. So we're, you know, I'm
Two
just
Void
as happy
Seeker.
for him as I am happy for me, and vice versa. I'm sure it's vice
Wait,
versa.
what is he playing?
Yeah, and I think we really saw that. I saw the huge hug he gave you when you won the match, and we
Yeah.
absolutely love seeing, moments like that. It was absolutely beautiful. Are there any?
Why do these card counts seem
specific
weird to me?
cards you want to say that you liked with Kaisa, or favorite cards?
I'll say that would probably be different from other lists. Maybe like the rear guard. The rear guard, like
Maybe
on
that's just-
3,
I don't know.
obviously, which is a lot.
6/6.
And it always
Sure.
performs really late game where you're able to like wipe the board, and they're like, oh, how can he double conquer? You know, with like 10 runes or something like that. Besides double or 9 runes, they don't think about it, and you end up getting free wins like that sometimes, which comes up for me a lot personally. So I think the rear guard's good.
the identical
I like
list?
that the deck has 9 2-drops, so you're able to make sure usually you have a turn 1 play, and then and a bunch of removals. Guys are doing his thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, he did actually manage to steal.
No,
game
this is
1
the
with
list.
that
Yeah,
rear
the
guard,
Wheeler Waters.
line. So,
That's true.
yeah,
2 on
exactly.
guard.
That, and then
Crazy.
so I'm gonna shift gears just a little bit because I'm really excited for Spirit Forge.
Okay.
What are you most excited for Spirit Forge?
I like the Ezreal deck a lot. I'm obviously it's gonna be Draven or Ezreal for me personally.
Okay.
As I'm a person who probably wants to play something that's just like the best deck in my opinion. I do think Draven is the best, but the Ezreal deck seems super fun. That's probably what I'm gonna also play. So Draven or Ezreal.
So just purple is what I'm hearing.
Oh,
Siren, 1 mask, 1.
Yeah, the purple decks are definitely so strong. We were mentioning earlier that like set 1 it ate well, especially with Annie, but it's gonna really.
I mean, he played well,
powerful
though.
Going into set 2. Have you ever been?
I think the only misplays were in game 3 from the Kaisa.
Yes, I've been
Not playing
to
Kaisa turn 2 and then not stacking the Yordle
10K they had in Atlanta, the first 10K.
with Darius.
I started off strong. I started off 702 to draw into
Ooh.
top cut, and then I lost my top 16 match. Just so you know, it happens.
It does
does.
happen. Well,
Yeah.
this time you got much further in, I would say.
Yeah. We were able to pass top 16 and take it all the way.
Is there anything you bought this weekend at Charlie's Collectible Store or are hoping to buy before you leave?
Some singles. I was thinking about going to buy some hoodies if they still had some for my kids, because there's like
Oh,
a Luffy
cool.
hoodie. My son loves One Piece, so I was looking at that. Yeah, and just some singles.
That sounds awesome. Yeah, I feel like there's like so many cool things at Charlie's, and it can really just like hit so many different hobbies or interests that you might have.
Yeah, it's super cool in there. Yeah, it's like they have a bunch of stuff, comics,
Yeah.
cards, all kind of stuff. It's pretty cool.
It's so as far as I understand it, this place actually used to be a mall, and then it was turned into a private sector, and then Charlie bought this area of the private sector, and now it's like a mall within a mall that
Yeah, like
was
a-
a mall. It's wild.
Yeah, I see that now. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally see that. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or anything you'd like to say about your deck and everything?
Shout out to my boy Min. Obviously, my playtest partner. We've jammed so many games. Shout out to all the boys in the group chat. They already know who they are. Shout out to Mirror World. Those are my boys too, even though they only play this game. That's basically about it. That's all the homies.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for talking to us about your win, and we hope you have a fantastic weekend. We've had so much fun casting your games, casting everyone's games, and I think this was a great close to set 1.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and I guess we will, guys, see you in the next qualifier, which I think is in March. So see you guys then, and thanks for the great stream, guys.
Alright, cool. Time to go back to bed, I guess. Well, thanks for watching. Pretty good, almost managed to do the full. How many hours am I at? Let's actually check. It's 4 hours on this one. 15, 23, almost did the full 24 hours. Close. Maybe next time. Probably not doing this again next weekend. We'll see, maybe if Randy gets in. It's gonna get revenge on China. Alright, thanks for watching everyone. I'll be back, I guess on the 3rd, there is a Rift Maxing event that I need to play in. Which, I should actually check if they put the sign-ups up for that. Oh, wait. No, I guess I don't have a spot. I'm not even on Top Cut. Never mind. That's a only for players that qualified thing. Huh, yeah, I just didn't play in... I played in like 2 of these and was playing questionable decks every time. Oh well. Missing out on that. I guess I could watch it. Because there are some good players in there. Zebro, Noah, Entropy, PewQ, Presto sold out, Terracodon, Too Lazy. Yeah, it's all good players. Ben. Alright. Well, that's it for me. Let me go raid Terracodon. And yeah, I'll be back at some point once I get some rests. Ta-ta. Have a good night, everyone.